good Thursday evening. We're of course back to Factorio. Back to getting our VoidBlock going once more. I do hope that we can get into space today. It is certainly the plan, although whether or not we'll actually get there, you know, oh, who knows? It's certainly an experience. I need to check like where we even were. Also, I don't think I changed my mods, right? I'm pretty sure it would have told me if I changed my mods. Yeah, I don't even think I've launched Factorio since since last. So let's see, what did we do last time? It's been so long. Right, I think we just barely got gray signs set up, which means there's no blues. Right, was working on getting blues going. Their blues were gonna happen next time on Dragon Ball Z. Hello Equus, welcome in. How are you doing? We'll get all this research queued up and we'll hop to getting that delicious blue science. Let's see, what was I doing? 48. So that's fine. I need a bunch making reds, although I could probably have it done just obviously in a dedicated red circuit factory. Did I even make enough? I definitely did not make enough. Well, you know, we're planning for the future. I can always expand these. Too wide, you say? There we go. I need to change my. Apparently my scenes are named incorrectly. Just wanted to rename it. Whatever. I'm sure I had a reason for naming them the way that I did. But there we go. Now we have the full wideness available to us. I was looking around to see if there was a mod for Factorio to see if like I could get my HUD elements constrained to the center of my screen, because obviously that's not something that's just included in the options, unfortunately. Arachnophobia mode. When did they start introducing an arachnophobia mode? That's new. Oh, military science. All right. This. So what got you so sleepy, Equus? Busy day, busy week. Luckily it's Thursday, so only one more day of the week. Let's see, what's blue science even called? Chemical science, right. Do I have enough plates? I do. I also have for the keen-eared among us, the Satisfactory soundtrack playing just for some different ambiance. I don't like how these wires are laid up. There we go. Oh, maybe I'll get a... Yeah, unfortunately with my sound setup, I know Snail has something set up where, you know, when she goes AFK, she switches scenes and it starts playing, like, some background music. And I think that's pretty cool. But I have all of my sounds basically mixed into one thing, and I control them all outside of OBS, so I'd have to, like, undo that in order to do something like that, unfortunately. It's a lot of work. I mean, it's convenient the way I have it for certain things. You know, I don't know if you know much about audio, but, you know, it allows me to have submixes. For instance, I know my games can get a little loud, and I have them turned down specifically for my, for the stream, so that you guys don't get ear blasted, but it's still at an acceptable volume for me. Is that... well, that is enough. Only for this specific configuration, though. But that's fine. So that means I'm gonna have to get engines here, and of course I don't want to summon them directly, because it's gonna cause problems. Problems being... we're already like... we're already under-delivering power. I really don't want to expand the power more. I was hoping to limp along until we got nuclear power. If I got blue science, it would technically be like barely a hop, skip, and a jump away. So we got nuclear science. I would have to research uranium mining. And then I'd have to research the nuclear power plant. So that's a total of, what's it look like? 900 blue science packs? At that point, actually, am I making concrete? I have red science, or not red science, red chips stockpiled for the eventual reactor. Where's the thing for it? If only it were that easy. I need to fuse them. Doesn't that generate more power? I don't think we have very many, I only know of, like, maybe one experimental fusion reactor that I don't think has generated more power than it's taken to start up. I wasn't asking. Alright, you know what? You can take that bet and you can split them. You know what? Hold on. Fusion power... Isn't that, what's it called? The tokamak or something? Isn't that a fusion power plant? Yeah, the tokamak. And there... oh, I guess there's one... there's several of them. Okay. Twisting. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Steel, copper, and then concrete. Do I have buffers for the steel? I have a buffer for the copper. A buffer for the steel. I do. That means I just need concrete. So let's get that going and make our power situation even worse. And then we'll slow boat it towards chemical science. 'Cause I have a feeling that we're starting to get a little stressed on how much those boilers can do, at least off of one line. And of course these things generate a lot of, or they take a lot of power to run. So, no, they're already having a hard time keeping up because we're backed up. I was kind of hoping a fair amount of these, you know, I'll put full, the power would be more or less, you know, it would eventually stabilize once most of this new stuff I set up stopped running. But it looks like a lot of these are just going full speed ahead. Anyway, how long does it take to summon a piece of concrete? It's refined concrete, which, I mean, we will need. So 4 seconds. We'll get a couple of them. If I can space them out correctly. It's a little bit more than a couple. Then we're probably not going to need very many of these. Okay, we'll get that. We'll get... Oh, that's too far, is it? Oh dear, that's right. I'm going to have a waste to deal with. How do I make concrete again? Just like normally? Iron ore and stone bricks. All right, you know what? I am no longer summoning concrete from the void. I mean, this should be easy enough to set up. Of course, I don't really have a space for this. Also sounds like my cat wishes to relocate to my room. If you will give me one moment. Okay, hello. I'll like hear her bell jingling outside, and then I'll open the door for her. And she'll just kind of stare at me. I'll try to coax her in, but what I always have to end up doing is walk outside of my room, at which case she will then sprint inside. And then I can shut the door behind her. But now the cat situation has been dealt with. I'll need some water. Also, what's the craft time on concrete? 10 seconds to make 10 concrete. Summoning it was just like 1, right? Hello, Veronica, welcome in. She do be like that. I have placed her in my lap. And that is where she will be for an indeterminate amount of time. I feel like I should probably just summon in iron ore instead of trying to belt this over somewhere else. We have it perfectly balanced as all things should be, so me taking it for production elsewhere is going to unbalance it. I will also need water. We have lube on the bus. I have to get water over here. Maybe I'll just summon water on the bus as well. I probably should have put a line on the bus going the opposite direction to get rid of extra products that we're summoning instead of like having this jank ass belt running variable lengths off of the backside, but I don't know, we're in too far. Maybe I'll just run the dump belts like way up here, so that it can be flush with everything else. I also think that I'm just making like one thing of concrete. I probably don't need to put it over here. I really need like a whole section for a concretery. So let's see if we can't get some. Am I making some stone bricks here that I could like pilfer? I am. And they're just being built up and not being used. Okay. How to get these somewhere useful? Well. Put this here. Then I'll get this going. At which point, just need to get iron ore summoned in. Oof. Okay, well this is just like summoning in stone. for undisclosed purposes. Where did I build this? Hold on, let's deal with all this junk. Oh no, I dropped stone everywhere. Okay, I think we picked it all up. Okay, so if stone brick here, that mean stone brick could be relocated one tile over. Excellent. How long does it take to cook? It'll probably be fine. Then I just need to figure out a way to get iron ore here, which I think I decided I will summon in. And of course, because it's getting a little busy here. Unfilter iron ore. Have that go over yonder. Okay. There we go. And then I just need to put an output chest for this, and we'll be golden. And hopefully I should have enough concrete in whoever knows how long, ready to go. Don't think efficiency modules and these assemblers will really do much. They don't really take a whole lot of power running full time. Okay. Let's see. With that tangentially taken care of, guess I can just scoot on over here. And we can start getting blue signs going. I seem to have changed my naming convention. We have red science, we have green science, we have military science. And then chemical science. We'll leave it as it is. No, I'm sure no one else will notice. Okay, so if I'm importing sulfur and plastic, then and red circuits, then all I really need are engine units. And a lot of them. Constraints are not used by matrix. I don't know what the hell that means. 40, almost 1-to-1. Well, we're making that off-site. Go ahead and get pipe and iron gear wheel. Oh, we barely even need any of those. I guess engines do take quite a long time to make. I know there's one mod that's makes it so it adds a bunch of engines that they all are this graphic, right? They're all the same crafting recipe of steel and iron gear wheels and pipes, but they're all called different things, like automotive engine and locomotive engine, and I forget what other things, like scientific engine or something or other, I don't know. But does mean that you have to craft like there's 8 different engine recipes just to really make you, you know, not able to bulk make them in any fixed capacity. So I was looking at my cat. I can't tell if she's happy or displeased. You know how cats are. I don't have enough assembling machines. So I need a bunch of iron. So let's go grab a bunch. For this, I need I don't suppose this gives me a readout of how many factories I'll need. There's probably a button for it somewhere. Transport, can I not change that to like yellow or red? These, whatever. Preferences. Crazy. Oh, here we go. 130 assembling machines and 6 chemical. Well, the chemical plants are being taken by somewhere else. So, let's just start grabbing these. Let's help ourselves with some copper. At some point, I would like to make, what's it called? A mall. Okay, the cat has vacated. Let me readjust now that I don't have to accommodate her sitting in my lap. Okay, let's see. Uh, 130. I probably could have just like calculated how many materials I needed. Also, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I only have 1 intake of iron and I just have a balancer. I could have just stood on 1 belt. 16, blah, 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 blah. I think the bulk of those, yeah. So basically, no, yeah, we need 100 and whatever it said. 130, wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh, because I'm not factoring in that. There we go, 94, that's a little bit more doable. So 20, 35, 57. Where's steel on the bus? I pressed R, and even though it was in my inventory, it apparently still applied. I thought it only went based on where your cursor was looking. Did it do it through my inventory? Okay. I see. We'll just keep slurping these up until... Probably would have been better if I just went to grab a pill for my buffer chest. Let's see, what did I say, like 57, 66, 67, 68. We'll let those graphs and then see what we need from there. So I think it's the 2 and 4. Yeah, 2 for gears, 4 for pipes, and then 40 for engines. That means these can share the same belts. So I can put them in line. So let's do that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. You two. Supposed to be gear wheel. That's not what I wanted to do. Gear wheel, where is it? And then pipe is going to be on this one. Perfect. Gear wheels need a lot of throughput, whereas these need slightly less. Also, there we go. So I'll get the iron going here. I don't think anything else on the line is going to need iron. Okay, so that means we can just terminate it here. Good to know. I don't know if these are actually going to need... How much is the craft time? 0.5. One normal yellow inserter might do it. These I'm pretty sure we'll need blues. I am also running out of the red belts. I'm pretty sure I have something automated set up for these though, so we can go grab them. those crafting upgrades are so OP. It'll be nice once I have logistic robots, because then I can just have them keep me stocked up and not have to worry about constantly running back here. Also seems like the production here is failing to keep up. Welcome in, Pie Manning. How's it going? Dumbo Dumbo. Oh, that's not very nice. Also cute, cute emote. I hope you're doing okay on this Thursday evening. Soon to be Friday, very, very early morning. Oh no, he's yapping. Very good Thursday, that's good to hear. I unfortunately injured myself slightly before stream. I made myself some tea. I figured, you know, I want more than a single cup. So, but I don't have very many vessels that can hold hot drinks besides a porcelain mug. So of course I use one of those, you know, vacuum sealed metal tumblers that, keep things cold and or hot for extended periods of time. Anyway, I put the very hot tea in there, and, you know, after about an hour, it's like, oh, you know, I'm sure it's probably drinkable by now. It had barely cooled off. I threw some ice cubes in there, but the damage is already done. It is still steaming hot, and it's been like 3 hours. I have not yet been able to enjoy my tea. It is indeed broke. I probably should have taken the lid off and done a finger check before I did a tongue check, but you live and you learn. Actually, hold on, let me. Yeah, that's still incredibly hot. Try tongue butthole. Dark Souls. The good old days. Ooh. Good. Okay. Let's get these sorted. And then, right, well, I'm gonna need steel. Steel. I think what I can do is run this up. And then let's go ahead and do this down. Now 48, that's right, no, 40, okay. It's 24 and 24. No, 20 and 20. I can count. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Perfect. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be fine. Oh, that means I'm gonna need blues and reds to deal with it. Okay, well, then I'm gonna have to dump the products on the other side. God, I wish I had robots. I have not played Fortnite in so long. I kept it installed for a long time just because, like, you know, maybe I'd go back. It's fun on occasion, but I finally uninstalled it not that long ago because I was tired of having to download like 52 gig updates every single day. Because of course they bundled in their stupid Unreal Engine for Fortnite that I guess installs when you install Fortnite. Of course I have actual Unreal Engine installed too. So I basically had two Unreal Engines, you know, the full Unreal Engine and then the trimmed down one that's specifically for Fortnite that I don't understand like what the point of it is. They're making some press release a while ago about how they were planning on building like Fortnite maps in the future just using the Unreal Engine for Fortnite tool set that they released, which is less comprehensive than the normal tool set. I don't know if they decided to walk back that policy, because it's certainly a little confusing to say, hey, we're going to be using a gimped tool set to develop the game going forward. Should I run these down? No, we'll run them back up. No, I should run them up now. Somehow more efficient. I don't know if it will be. But you know, I mean, using the full set lets them, you know, make new bespoke assets. Using the trimmed down set kind of implies that they're, you know, if you're gonna be doing extra work on top of that to keep making new bespoke stuff, then why are you using that trimmed down tool set that explicitly does not allow for those things? Right, because it's for people to like make maps and stuff in Fortnite, from what I understand, and obviously, or like maps and custom game modes and stuff, you know, and obviously it's not going like full user gen like Roblox is, and they're not gonna, at least right now, be letting people like make full bespoke assets to put in the game. So I don't know, man. I just work here. Once I get blue science made, we're getting nuclear power plants, and then we're getting logistics bots. I can only take building so many factories by hand. Indeed, the bee spokening. The bees have spoken. Ah, not this time. But you know, I mean, there's no Geneva here on Navi, so you know, who's gonna stop us if we decide to make rogue nuclear weapons? Certainly not the natives that don't exist in this not infested hellhole. There's just purple as far as the eye can see. And I need more inserters. I should probably get some more bulk inserters. I think I made something for that. Yippee. How's our science doing? Quite slow. Probably due to the fact that our power is a little low. And also, I didn't expand the labs. Again, because our power is low, but you know. I say handcrafted blues for something? That's a lot of engines. Okay, whatever. Grab some of these, grab some of these, yeah. All right, and I ripped up a radar. Where to put this? I was wanting some more line of sight. Down to kill destroyers, since either they don't need much uranium. Make nuclear reactors. I don't think melting, isn't melting down not a mechanic like in vanilla Factorio though? Because if your reactor hits 1,000 degrees, nothing happens, right? It's just, it's wasted fuel at that point. Of course there's mods to get to melt them down. I was also looking at getting, oh, when it gets destroyed, it explodes. I have never had a nuclear reactor get destroyed, so that's not something I've experienced. I'll take your word for it. I was initially looking in getting nuclear bombs for combating the destroyers, since, you know, each segment that takes damage damages the whole thing. But can we not preview atomic bombs here? There we go. Atomic bombs. They're too heavy for a rocket, which means you have to make them on the planet in, like, I don't know. Just never got around to it. So at that point, we basically were at railguns. Of course, the normal quality railgun, you're not going to be one-shotting demolishers. Probably need quite a bit of ammo, but I think once you get blue, you have enough pierce to and can hit enough segments to one-shot them, all else being equal, you know, without having Not having an additional ammo or anything, or higher quality ammo, whatever. Okay, let's figure this out. So when it's destroyed above 900C, okay. I know there are mods that make it so that just when it gets too hot, it melts down. Obviously, getting mods that'll make my factory sometimes just spontaneously explode is not something that I've really done much with. Especially since incidents can conspire to make it so that your factory heat maybe gets a little out of hand. Perhaps you didn't adequately account for water consumption, although that's much less of an issue now in Fluids 2.0. Let's bridge that. Get that going, bridge that. Okay. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't seem right. Oh, right, because I didn't have these placed properly for this. Well, right, I was planning on workshopping a new bus design to account for the fact that I want these power poles on the corners of the grids, but that leaves us with a couple of extra spaces. That's a future me problem. That should get us going. Let's watch these engines come online. Is 2 really enough to keep this whole thing fed? Apparently, apparently I didn't properly power these down here. Dude. Man, the Satisfactory soundtrack is so good. I love it. Obviously, for terms for gameplay, you might be able to tell I have a preference. I need to get more ice cubes for my tea. But the kitchen is so far away. Sadly, the cat cannot fetch them for me. She has not been taught the tricks. Indeed, indeed. But I will try not to drop it like it is in fact hot. Ooh, do I not? I don't have enough. I was just short on my design. So what I needed, like 48, which means that'll be enough. Okay, so 20 goes to these, and then 2 more. 4 more. 2, 3, 4. Good thing we have all this landfill. I'm pretty sure I have a bunch of landfill also stockpiled. You blue. Get those. There we go. Get that copied. Perfect. Should be an even 48. It is. And then I can send them all down the middle. Start placing these. Also, once I get blue science as well, I'm gonna bother getting myself some armor. Obviously, not just for the roboports, but for the Zoopies. Need my robotic legs. Do I have enough productivity modules? I don't. Okay, well, obviously, we don't want to be not productiving these. So let's go ahead and get a couple stacks of reds and a couple stacks of greens. 1, 2. Where's my green buffer? So far. 1, 2. Let's get those crafting. I wonder if no, that's the wrong thing. Can I make these somewhere else? No, I just have to always make these in an assembler machine. It would be nice if there was eventually a different facility to make science packs in. You know, something that kind of like in Dyson's Sphere program is they have their own dedicated facility for making science packs. Though you can either make science packs or you can consume them. And of course, there's also the whole verticality aspect for that game to stack up a whole bunch of science vertically. And of course, you have to research better stacking capabilities. That might be something else that I mix in if I need another automation game to play once this mod is done. We're taking her all the way. I'm just gonna have to find a new layout for my power poles. Of course, once I get blue science, then I mean a whole lot of stuff unlocks at that point. Such as, what are they called? Substations. Just get these going. Okay. Inserter. I hope I have enough. I'm gonna grab enough while I was at my insertery. I have enough. Possible reds might be a little bit lacking, but you know, I should have a decent stockpile at this point. Okay, no reds. We'll just barely be fine as well. Trying to just like click and hold, but my timing is not right. Dang it. I don't have the sauce for it. Whatever, that's over. Okay, medium. Yeah. Let's get these all linked up. My poles aren't, no, okay. Although this will be my last load of, medium power poles, so I should see about getting some more made. Perfect. Then we just have these, and blue science is basically ready to go. It'll of course crater our power again, or I should say even further. Speaking of, Let's actually go ahead and cancel that. We'll get uranium mining, and then I'll have to actually craft uranium by hand. It's before we get the reactor research, and then we can go from there. 3 engines, so it actually... Wait. Why did I put plastic on there? This is going to be doubtful that it's actually going to be running at full capacity. Never mind the power, I just don't have enough enough red circuits, but that's okay. Engine, sulfur. I can also split the engines with a sulfur line, I believe. Is I gonna be able to bridge that? Just barely. Okay, so if we put engines here, that means I just have to get sulfur down here. Okay. It's time to make another trip for belts. Research is taking a while. I'm guessing. Oh, we're actually... Never mind. Saw these not running and saw their bar was green. Thought, oh, maybe it's we finally stabilized, but no. It's okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Give me the belts. Hand them over. Ooh, that's pretty slow. I guess these are running at 75% speed. I think I could probably make it work with 100 belts. I might have to start implementing some more yellows. And of course, just making a proper belts creator. Maybe getting them all finalized. Okay, so reds and yellows. Luckily, I don't have to run these all the way up. We'll run this over here. You. Okay. So this is going to be for the sulfur. 2, 3, 4. So that's the sulfur line, which means that this needs to bridge that. Right, I also need to make sure that the sulfur is only going on one side. And not that side. There we go. Then as far as red science, I could probably cut it down here. Yeah, that works. Okay, we'll get that going. That there. Get those belted across, and we have blue science. I don't have enough belts to actually bring them to the labs, but you know, it's the count the thoughts. Something like that. Steel chest. Where was I putting the buffer for these? At the science end. Okay. Blue is probably going to be a little bit miserable for power, but it's okay. We will manage this crisis together. Okay, that should be taken care of. And I just need to link this up over here. Easy peasy. what's not going to be so easy is the belts requirement. You know, there's a bunch of iron just on the belts ready for grabbing. It would be a lot more efficient if I just grabbed them from the buffer. Let me go over there. I don't even have a little bit of concrete. Who knows? Maybe our concrete will have enough to make hopefully more than one reactor. One isn't going to do a whole hell of a lot for us. That's only going to do 40 megawatts without the neighborhood bonus. Oh my god, we're up to 220. 230. I don't like that satisfaction jiggles about. Like, I just want to know the max is. Oh, right. Hold on. Nothing else is sharing the gray belt, right? Okay. So I put the blues on that belt and we're good. Of course, I have to figure out a way to get them on the opposite side of the belt so they don't have to manually clean up everything on the grays currently, but only 100. Whatever. Start handcrafting shitloads of gears and we get back to it. I cannot wait until I can fly. Getting that mech suit is such an upgrade. Just being able to zoop around. I'm Superman. Not being constrained by the designs of my own factory anymore. Okay, how am I gonna deal with you? I have an idea. Fortunately, I kind of need some belts. So, yeah, you. Okay, if I put it in a on a splitter. First of all, let's blacklist this. Okay, making you feel dumb. You know, Factorio sometimes has that effect. That's why you gotta play Factorio, to expand on the brain. How is this gonna I have played Ghost of Tsushima. I have not beat it, and I have it on PS4, so I hadn't planned to get it anytime soon. I really don't like buying games I already have, but like at the same time, I can't be asked to like go play games on my PS4 very often these days. And unfortunately, there's no like, hey, I already have this game on PlayStation. Could I get it for cheaper on PC? Also, my PlayStation 4, I don't have a PS5. My PlayStation 4's controller is busted, and the rumble like makes like little chirpy squeaks, and that's annoying. Right now, the only modern platform I have is PC. Never really been like super big on console gaming. There we go. Is that? Yes, it works. There's got to be some point at this run where there's just going to be so many bespoke inefficiencies. The first console game I played since Tsushima. Yeah, I really did like it. You know, I know a lot of the gameplay is kind of that Ubisoft, you know, world exploration, finding collectibles and stuff. But Horizon Zero Dawn and Ghost of Tsushima were good. I was also playing on like the super hard difficulty. I forget what it's called, but you know, the one where like everybody dies with like 1 or 2 hits. And it took me a while to get into the vibe of it, but I eventually got the hang of it. And then I, of course, stopped playing the game, and I went back and I just could not play it anymore. I had to go through the learning curve again and like get the rust off of my reflexes. I know there was one boss where I forget what the whole deal behind. I don't think it was like a main story quest. I think it was like a side quest or something, maybe battling for like a katana or a cosmetic or something. I don't remember. But there was some dude like in like some grave or like former battlefield or something, and you had to duel him. And of course, like one fuck up. I think at the current stage of the game, I was like one fuck up might be fine, but like 2 and I would have to restart from the very beginning. And of course, like the amount of damage you do like on a successful parry and attack was not that much, even on that difficulty. And I got stuck on that boss for like 4 hours. PS5 and Death Engine sits on PC and Microsoft and Unity. The graphics and FPS of Death Stranding shows how much better Linux-based PS is more optimized than Windows. You know, something I was reading about or hearing about is, you know, there's been all these advancements in reducing the latency for games, for, you know, things like monitor, making the game run faster, a whole bunch of visual things. But then it started talking about audio latency and how on Windows it's like atrocious. And you know, I'm sure there are probably reasons for why. You know, Windows does have a lot of backwards compatibility stuff, and I'm sure just having to like optimize a bunch of stuff. Not to mention, I know it's pretty common in sound libraries to not just have it have absolutely no silence, but it'll typically have like a teeny bit of a buffer of sound at the start and the end. And then, you know, that can build up in various things. But, you know, I was talking about like the sound API for Windows just being absolutely atrocious. Why is this so backed up? Why is there iron plates on here? I'm why there's iron plates on here. How iron plate. And I think people kept chiming up on how like Linux, apparently the graphics API on Linux is way more responsive than on Windows. I do have, what's it called? I think I have Bazite installed on a laptop. Of course, it's a laptop and it's kind of an aged laptop at that, so not exactly super great, but you know, it is nice being able to. There's very few games that I can't run on the laptop. Luckily, Final Fantasy XIV Online, something that I play off and on, has Linux support. There is like one game that I play called Mabinogi that has no Linux support whatsoever, because they're, I think, anti-cheat. Just, you know, of course, doesn't work. Thanks. At this point, Windows is so bloated they need to restart development on it, essentially. Yeah, I don't know. Mabinogi, yeah, it launched in America in 2008 in the summer, and I've been playing it off and on ever since. It's this kind of like anime style game. It's honestly one of the earlier ones, especially for MMOs. It's got that anime look to it. And that was kind of novel at the time. I don't think there were very many games of that era that had that style. But yeah, it's by Nexon, so, you know, wouldn't really say a love-hate relationship. I do not like, I don't like Nexon's monetization, and honestly, Mabinogi's pretty atrocious for monetization, though they are surprisingly, and I wonder if the game is more popular in Korea still, you know, this over 20-year-old game at this point. They're remaking the game from the ground up in Unreal Engine, which, I mean, you know, Unreal Engine's a choice for an MMO, but the fact that they're investing enough to like rework the game from the ground up, companies don't typically do that. The last game that I can think of that like got a major overhaul in an attempt to, you know, either save it or keep it going was Final Fantasy XIV, because of course the original version was atrocious. I did play it, I beta tested it, and I decided based on that I was not going to buy it, because I don't you know, it looked very nice situationally, but they didn't really seem to do anything to improve the game with all of their experience that they got running Final Fantasy XI, not to mention just the way that the whole world of MMOs shifted. However, making Team Fortress 2 Classic, I would imagine that that's probably just a version of Team Fortress 2 as it was when it launched. I don't know how popular it's going to be, but I mean, I know World of Warcraft Classic was its own thing, and I don't know how popular it still is. I have no idea. You can't explain whatever Valve does. You know, they just kind of do their own thing. Yeah, I mean, it's still, from what I understand, it's not even like truly authentic to when the game launched. You know, they did keep some changes. They did keep quite a few changes actually that they've just made to the game, because I don't think the game even had a clock when it first launched. It took them like several updates to add a clock to the minimap. And then of course I think when Classic launched, it launched with the latest version of Classic there ever was. I think it launched like with the patch like right before Burning Crusade. But yeah, and of course there's been just a lot of changes in quality of life and, I mean, the MMO field at large over the 20 plus years WoW has been running. People are getting a little upsetty over I mean, I have not played WoW since, what's it called, Cataclysm. No, I think I went back and tried it briefly during Mists of Pandaria, but I did not play that for long. The last time I really played was in Classic. Yeah, storage was abysmal. You know, you only had, what, I mean, you had your 4 bag slots, and all the bags were small, because of course you didn't have expansions of bag creep. Don't we summon uranium? Uranium processing. Yeah, where... Where do I get uranium from? Do I not summon it? Okay, one more research to get. I don't know, I've not tried Classic either. I've never really been big on Warcraft, to be honest. The only reason I even played Warcraft, I think I initially picked it up in Lich King, and then I played for, you know, till like the end of Cataclysm. That was only because I had a bunch of friends playing it and they didn't want to play anything else. A friend told me that Mr. Pandora became a thing because of a joke, like people were asking where the panda race was. I know a lot of people got really heated over the dragon expansion. Because first of all, didn't Guild Wars 2 have that expansion where they added like this whole new mountain riding system, and then Warcraft then added like basically that same system? But also, I understand a lot of people got really upset because I guess the dragon people race that they added was a little too furry for some liking. Like, I don't know. It didn't really look out of place with the aesthetic for World of Warcraft to me, but what do I know? I'm not a 25-year veteran. Was that what they were called? Dragonborn are like that in Dungeons and Dragons. Aren't they like Dragonkin? No, I want the playable people. Oh, gross fandom. No wonder this fucking wiki's terrible. Something else I didn't really like is all the racing class restrictions, and well, I don't know if it's gotten better, but what is it? One of the reasons I liked Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14 and Mabinogi is you can kind of just do whatever, you know. You're not locked to a single character. To you can play, you know, whatever class. In Final Fantasy 11 you can equip 2 classes at once, and you can change them basically for freely at towns, and then Final Fantasy 14 you can change them basically freely outside of dungeons. Mabinogi just doesn't even have classes. You just learn skills and you can learn all of them. You know, that's the kind of setup that I like. I don't like having alts. Yeah, I have a mod for like warehouses and stuff. These ones are, I think, balanced. The AAI industry containers and warehouses ones I think are balanced because so normal chests are 1 by 1, right? We'll take the steel chest for example. This has 48 squares of space. Then you have the strong box, which is a 2 by 2, but that's 96. So that's as much as 2 chests for 4 chests of space. So it's half as space efficient, but you do get the extra slots for throughput, which is nice. I know Factorio 2 has warehouses in it, and those are fucking ridiculous. I think they're more space efficient, so there's just no reason not to use them if you've got the space for them. I got that mod for space exploration. Yeah, I would understand why, because space exploration, AI industry, I think AI industry is required for space exploration. Of course, containers and warehouses is an optional add-on, but they're all made by the same guy. I think it's Irandel or Irandel. I don't know how to say his name. It's the only way we can get uranium from summoning it. Yeah, it's a basic material. It has to be. Uranium, used in alternative recipes. And so we wait. We'll get a couple more laboratories. I don't think I'll have enough belts. TD, get out of my laboratory. True. You know, I don't think I never finished space exploration. That proved a little, like, too much for me. I did finish Factorio 2, and only found out after the fact that, these don't need to be fast inserters, that Factorio 2 is not incompatible with space exploration. And I guess it was actually a pretty common mod combination to do Factorio 2 and space exploration at the same time. Of course, I only found about that after the fact. Not to say that I necessarily would have done it at the time. But... oh, that's actually... no, I streamed that. I don't know if that was the first Factorio one that I streamed, but I streamed the entirety of my Factorio 2 playthrough, like... way back in the day. We'll get rid of that one. Oh god, poor labs, they're so slow. We'll make them even slower. You know what we can do is start loading up on parts. Where is my concrete? Thine concretery. Ooh. I think it's 500 concrete per. Where is it? Processing concrete. Yeah. We almost have enough. Get rid of some of this other garbage. How are you full? Ah. I see the problem. Get rid of these. Empty out some more of these. Let's just drop that on the belt and ignore for the rest of the time. So let's go ahead and pre-gather 1,000 concrete. What else do we need? I think we also need 1,000 circuits. Oh, we're just gonna need a lot of stuff. Okay, that means I should probably... I think it's gonna be unrealistic for me to handcraft this, so let's just start consolidating stuff inside of a chest. Do you have enough quality modules? I do. All right. I can't preset this for a nuclear reactor. No, I cannot. Well, that's okay. Let's go and get... first of all, let me dump some landfill off. We got 2,000 red circuits, bring them over here. And then... keep loading until we have this thing. Maybe you've eaten too much trail mix. Did you bring some for me? Or did you eat it all? Have plenty, I'll take some. Some streamer mix. Just sworn there's some content creators that make trail mix now. You know, there's this guy. This former professional gamer. I don't know, maybe he stole games. But he's got this name, right? The Fatality. Of course, spelled with leet speak. Unfortunately, I don't remember exactly how it's spelled, and Googling Fatality trail mix does not yield me the results I want. I bring it up because, well, back in the day, he had a product line with Creative to release like headsets and sound cards and stuff. I used to have one. It's actually a pretty good headset. I think it only cost like 40 bucks and it lasted me like over a decade. Until I decided to stand up and the cable got caught on like an old school desk at the time. And it had like knobs on the drawers and the cable got caught on it and got like pulled straight out of the headset. It was a sad day for a glorious trooper. It might have predated me, but yeah, I mean, it was always in my room at the time. I do not have that desk anymore. This new desk is knob free, nothing to get cables caught. Although honestly, I kind of wanna get a wireless headset. My headset, it was nice initially. I got one from Drop, and it's a Sennheiser. You know, they're whatever. I think it's like a 6500, but like it's a 6XX or whatever. And it's nice, but I've noticed lately that some sounds get like really crackly, so I'm sure that maybe the headset's starting to go. But of course it's cabled, it's like too long, and it's just such a hassle to deal with. And honestly, gaming audio is already like, I don't think the latency is too bad on gaming headsets. Why did I come over here? Right, I need copper. I need 2000 copper. Now the knob was stolen, unfortunately. I need to steal someone else's knob. Wait, those stacked to 200. I didn't need that many stacks. Oh well. That seems wrong. Okay. I'll need to do the same with steel. Right, that's probably 4,000. That is 4,000. Well. And all of our steel is... We don't have enough steel. Unfortunate. You go and try and salvage how much I can. Bluetooth because of backwards compatibility and stuff. Yeah. Wait, where is this all going? Ah, right. The bus, because I did not make an actual foundation for this. I know latency is a lot better if you get like one with a 2.4 gig dongle or whatever. No, I was looking at getting a new controller because mine is starting to have some issues with the dead zone on the movement stick, getting kind of shitty. And of course, this controller, like, it doesn't have any stick-related entries on iFixit. It, you know, it's from Razer, and Razer stuff technically is not made with repairability in mind. I'll go ahead and bring these back. But I saw one that looked good. I think I talked about it before. I think it's called like from 8BitDo, whatever. And seemed to have like incredibly good latency, whether you were wired or wireless, with very little difference if you use the 2.4 gigahertz dongle, or slightly slower on Bluetooth, but wasn't that bad. Well, hello there, Dusk Ruby. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? I hope you were doing okay. Indeed, Throughput Thursday. You know, we're getting our Factorio on. Doing Minecraft. Were you doing old Greg Tech again? Oh, I've been seeing you in the Overlord streams a few times when he's been doing Gregory Tech. How's that been treating you? What version of Minecraft is that on? The graphics look a little... maybe it's just the graphics from like the mods and stuff, but is that a modern, like a more recent version of Minecraft, or is it like for 12.3 or something? Oh, 1.7. Oof. I don't know if I played a version. I don't know if I played that version. Reach the fact that backports the modern graphics. I know I played Terra Firma Craft, and I don't remember what the most recent version of Minecraft that was released. I know it wasn't on 12.3, at least when I played it. It predated the whole boat mechanic where you could destroy your boat and get it back as an item, instead of it, you know, disintegrating into sticks, and then you not having enough stuff to get your boat back. It was on that version, whatever one that was. Let's see. Minecraft, recent files. Main version. Oh yeah, 1.7.10, the same exact version. It looks like they eventually updated it for newer versions, but I definitely did not play those. We're also going to be doing more Factorio tomorrow and probably Saturday. Although, who knows? I mean, definitely tomorrow. We can't miss Factorio Friday. We're, of course, back to VoidBlock. Uh-oh. Well, there's see, there were a bunch of big Minecraft code changes at one point that kind of killed mods for a while. Yeah, fucking Friday, maybe. Those are the members only streams. Yeah, I had a feeling this was gonna happen. Unfortunately, our power situation getting worse and worse means our fuel generators generate fuel slower and slower. How do I even recover from this? Where can I terminate a power line? Put that there. If I just cut enough power to disconnect everything from the power generator. Red mark right there. It's kind of all over your screen. Yeah. We'll deal with it. Fortunately, these are kind of... Okay, first of all, you don't need to be there. No, right, I don't need to manually do this. I can just personally disconnect them. I see 2 power lines going here, and I don't know where the hell they're going to. Is it this one? It is. Looks like we're in the clear. That means I should probably connect this again. Let's go ahead and disconnect that. Okay. You know what I should have done is a frickin' power switch and an alarm. I literally set up a battery for this purpose. I'm gonna go grab some steel and or some iron and copper really quick. Yoink. So I'm gonna hook it up to the steam. I might need some combinators. Cider combinator. Oh, I don't think there's a way I can do like a value of if the steam drops below like 5,000, then cut the power and don't bring it back until it goes above 20. I think that will need more than one combinator. Also, where the hell can I even connect this? Those are fine. You. Okay, first of all, disconnect that and disconnect that. Wait, no, that's probably fine. Okay, power. I didn't make one yet. You. Okay, connect that there, connect that there. State. I'm gonna need to get a combinator. Unfortunately, without a fuel tank here, this might not be an opportune place for it. Can I squeeze a steam tank in here somewhere? Hold on, I have an idea. So I put that there. All right. Get this here. Oh, we're completely out of water. You have enough water to run, don't you? It's so that I can use it to connect logic to. I could, but the pipe is going to have much less of a buffer, so it's going to be a lot more erratic. Whereas this will have a much bigger tank, and it'll be much more stable and not be constantly flicking the power on and off. Because these pipes only have a buffer of 100, and you know, ideally they'll be in equilibrium with everything because of how the fluids work. Yeah, still, I mean, I guess I can just do that. Why can't I get a decider combinator in here? I need power, of course. Okay, you, green. You can't connect pipes. It's can't connect pipes to wires. The more you know. Unfortunately. Hold on. It'll be a little jank, but we can do it. Might be more than a little jank. Okay. We've got a plan. You connect there, and then we'll get that going. Yeah, you better not. Okay, decider combinator. We'll get that going. Then I can put a tank here for the logic. We'll output that to green as well. So when steam is, I don't know, less than 5,000, emit deny signal. All right, 1. And then enable when deny signal equals 0. Wait. Right, because the combinator is broken. Starting, what if there's a fluid depletion glitch? Starting now, I'm apparently not supposed to eat anything for 8 hours. Oof. That's rough. Okay. Signal equals 0. I should probably have it be the other way around. When checkmark equal 1, enable. So above 5,000, do checkmark. Like sleep, just that will be heroic for that. Yeah. Do I have any fuel I can burn anywhere? This is the worst. And I've got this stuff. It's garbage, but it'll do. No fluid input. Oof. Pipeline. We have 11,000 water. Where the hell's the water? Let's keep a chest full of coal or 3. Yeah, I was meaning to have a... Well, I had a buffer of steam here. I just forgot to set an alarm for it. We don't have enough water. Oh, hey, look. Fuel. Okay, this is gonna be rough, but... Okay, where is... Oh, if we print some water here... Please, dear God. It's gonna take so long. She's slowly coming online. No, so there are there are these little void furnaces, which are the things you start with one of, that summons a whole bunch of random bullshit for free. That's how you basically bootstrap your factory. Is that running? Now you tell me water low. Thank you. I did set an alarm for water being low. Apparently. It, didn't feel the need to chirp until after we were out. You know what? It's probably because power ran out first. Are you running full time? You are. Okay. Let's cut you off. Just gotta wait for these things to build up. We're slowly getting our steam buffer back. I think the water is, yeah, the water's fine. Problem with this water setup here is that it needs water to run. It, of course, generates way more than that other little water dingle that I set up. I wonder if there's a way for me to set this up so that it only runs, if this machine cannot. Because I kind of don't want to have them like both running at the same time, since that other one is very power inefficient. We seem to be powering 900 kilowatts. Where the hell are you getting 900 kilowatts from? 5 steam boilers. Ah. I didn't notice. Right, this one here. I imagine it's gonna keep like flickering on and off. Whatever, hopefully that doesn't happen again. If it dips below 5K, this is set up in such a way that it needs the combinator to be outputting the signal. So if the combinator runs out of power, the switch will automatically disengage, and the switch does not need power. Oh, entire grid, more steam storage. No, we're, that's not what needs to happen. Well, I'm overhauling the grid, yes, but I need to replace it with, something better. Where the hell did I put my uranium? There it is. Give it to me. Por favor. Nuclear power. You will take that. Alright, alright. Two nuclear plants can already, like, offset most of this. 4? How much does 4 do? 450 megawatts. Game nuclear processing. I won't worry about that. Entry point. Of course, we can't actually use this. I might just go ahead and start setting this up somewhere else. Unfortunately, this is grid aligned, and I don't want to undo that. Yeah, we should have enough foundations. I can basically like put it here. We'll leave the boilers as a sign of better times. Okay, maybe I should just... You know what? We'll make a copy of this. Store this. Get rid of that. And I'll call this one. There we go. No grid. Now you, I can just go ahead and unbound you from the grid. Perfect. Now I don't have to worry about it. I can just slap you down wherever. Of course, I'm still going to be a little constrained on where to put power, but I also want it a little bit further away. Yeah, let's say about there. Perfect. Now to start getting landfill and filling this puppy in. The research will go very slowly, but hopefully we'll eventually get there. Also, I need to check on my tea and see if it's drinkable yet. Oh my god, finally. My tea. Oh, I have to wait for it to cool down before I put it in the container next time. Alrighty. Hydration. Now I put a chest, here we go, never mind. I already found it. You don't have to wonder wherefore it went. Just like Factorio, yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have put this so far. It has... Oh man. It has storage built inside of it, because honestly, that's the main way that you're gonna want to do your power. Or sorry, not your power. Also, is there a bigger one? There is. Uh-huh. 2.4 gigawatts. I think we'll just do small for now. Will leave me one tile of space to walk between them. Actually, let me pull it a little bit farther out. Don't do that. Okay. Let's get this all lined up. And honestly, it's astounding just how well those containers will keep stuff at an appropriate temperature, or inappropriate, as it so happens to be this time. We won't worry about that. You know, lessons learned. I will have to figure out where to get water, and I'll probably want water, a separate water line here. Because it couldn't just be as easy as pumping it directly. I don't know why we can't just pump a liquid void right into the reactor. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, and I'm gonna have to manually build this. Crimes. Pull this one more tile out. Of course, it needs substations. So let's go ahead and queue that. Oh yeah, there's no reworking it work for non-substations. Unfortunately, I don't think I can summon substations, so I'm gonna have to deal with making blue chips. So perhaps might be a little further away than I initially considered. Yeah, we no getting blue chips there, so that means we're gonna have to get this. Okay. In the meantime, nuclear reactor 12%. How are you doing on water? I do have a water container, right? Yeah. Why are you struggling to keep the water level high? You should forcibly output it all. Strange. Now, of course, most of these can't even run because maybe I should put the power thing a little bit higher. Why is the game speed running at 0.9? When did that happen? Okay, let me figure out how to do this. I know I can make a memory cell, so I might have to do like some sort of memory cell and have it output a signal initially that keeps the loops back into itself and does not get cleared until I send something else. Power. I don't think this has a power switch built in, but it has a power indicator, not a power switch. I know there's a really nice power switch blueprint I used to use. Let's see. Power switch. Yeah, that's not what I want. I need a fancy switch. Oh yeah, basically just uses two combinators. I wish I could see what they do. On the blueprint thing, whatever. We'll just import it and see what they do here. It's small enough. No. Oh, it also runs off of an accumulator instead of a storage tank. Whatever. Rest of the factory can suffer for a bit. Okay, let's go ahead and hook this up here. So you do not need to hook up to you. Wait, what? Did I click? Am I clicking the wrong thing? Oh, that's where it's connecting. Okay, everything else should be good. Decider combinator. I need a second one. Doop. I need a third one, sorry. And then I'm sure I can figure out whatever logic it needs. Perhaps I should have adjusted it first. How are you even like connecting to that thing way over there? Okay. So how's this? So reads the accumulator level. And then also reads the accumulator level below 40. So I can probably. It's at FS2 less than R. What the fuck is? Oh yeah, outputs R. Red and green. I'm sure I can connect that and have that essentially, I don't know, turn that into an S or an A. I guess I'd have to clamp it down. You know, don't we even have accumulators? We do have accumulators. Why am I making this more complicated than it needs to be? Oh, do I have batteries? Where's my petrol view there? I do not have batteries, but I can summon them. Let me summon some Eldritch batteries really quick. Give me... I need like 5. Consider the possibility. This is going to be entirely busted. Okay, hold on. That doesn't need to be there. I'm clearly not understanding something. They should more or less function. Yeah, when... If that has no power, then why is it still running? Okay, so output... So the accumulator is less than or equal to 20. Outputs 1S. Then when this outputs an R. And this, if S is greater than 2. Or S if greater than R. Outputs another S. Huh? Yeah, but it's not receiving 2 signals. This is above 0, but it shouldn't be. I'm clearly missing something here. Wait, why is this power pole connected to everything else? Because that's just bridging the gap. You know what? I'll divine it later. Going back to my own system. Great. These, when steam, we'll say less than 5,000. And then, what's the other one? Like above 20. I think that sounds good. Above 20. We output, let's say, green check mark. No. I think I designed a functional power switch like once a long ass time ago. And I do not remember. Because I know I need to put these both into a system here. I don't even need to be I would be that far. We'll power you. Basically, when that hits, that needs to set a reset signal, I think. I don't suppose any of you have ever designed a power switch before. It's not clicking for me. I also think one of the problems with that other one I just tried to use and why its logic was so fucked up is notice it was from 7 years old. And there's probably been some changes. Why are all these power switches 7 years old? Oh, I actually have to do it myself. That's the worst. Yeah, so when this wanted to input a deny signal, and then output a check signal, and then what? When there is the deny signal equals 0 and the check signal equal 1? Oh, that should work. 1. Output. You can also output a check signal of 1. Shouldn't that be outputting a check? There we go. And then power switch, and that should be good. Where'd it go? There it is. Of course, it means that we need to hook that up, and then disconnect you, connect you to there, connect you to there. Enable when check equal 1. I guess we'll just have to check back into it later because oh my god, we're half as much power as we need. I think this will probably work. Might have been a smart idea to use different signals for these things, but yeah, when this outputs, that should input a red, which will stop this from going. Well, no, because the second it goes, that's not gonna work. Second it goes below 20k, it's gonna stop outputting the green, and then that's not gonna be valid anymore. But if I switch it to OR, then aren't we just gonna have a period where you know what, whatever. Was that nuclear power getting done? I should also have enough concrete for all of this. 5, 6. Okay. That should get us enough concrete for the nuclear power plants. I don't know if we're gonna need a bulk inserter, but all right, we can't actually start crafting that yet. Get that going, and then I believe these, yeah, they're gonna need a lot of copper. These are gonna need a lot of steel, which we don't have. You know what? How much blue science do we have backed up? If I can disconnect the steel from the factory completely, then we should start building enough to where I can actually get the nuclear power plant running. Let me actually, I don't have a radar over there. Sad. Well, as long as it's over 800. It is over 800. We're good. Let's get this going. Could be slow going. Might even not be a bad idea for me to separate the laboratories from everything else so they can keep going strong. In lieu of everything else not doing so hot. Won't be a bad idea for me to get a bunch of accumulators either. Not that I'm really gonna be able to make use of them without substations, but I don't know, direct power backup might be nice. Meantime, our water is looking critical. Does it not work if it's any amount of low power? I did not realize that. Okay, well, the more you know. That means I'm gonna need to get one of these things to jumpstart this. Water. And then I need some way to output your garbage. No wonder. My alarm has failed me. I didn't realize they need to be full powered for them to display anything. That basically means these are worthless. If you're trying to use them for notifying of a power output. Power output issue. Oh well. You. There. That'll do. Nothing else. We'll have another water generator, and we will slowly get through 100. Oh shit. Right. I still need uranium, which means I need a centrifuge. 100 concrete, 100 circuits. Oh man, getting this reactor online is a struggle, but it's one we can surmount. Gimme. Okay. All I need is one centrifuge for the time being, and 100 circuits. Oh, please say I have 100 circuits built up. I do. Excellent. Yoink. One centrifuge, please. Let me go make sure. Might as well roll for a higher one. So I'm only gonna be making one of these. Where is my? There we go. You there? Right. Well, we're 60% of the way done for research. That doesn't seem right. Whatever. Centrifuge. Of course we didn't get a higher one. Meanwhile, one of these can probably handle a lot more than a single centrifuge, but go ahead and start grabbing that. It also generates or uranium directly of the good stuff, so we'll slowly accrue that. Oh, my cat is zoinked out on the other side of the room right now. She's sleeping next to her bed, but she never sleeps on it. where can I send? Ooh, okay. I can send the junk the other way. So let's go ahead and have, I guess, uranium ore. No, what other junk is it gonna make? Shards and rocks. Okay. Rocks go here, and then void shards go also here. Perfect. And that should send everything else this way. Meanwhile, uranium, you can go here. Whoop. Centrifuge. I'm gonna need somewhere to offload it. I can offload it with a long-handed. Okay. Load that in. And then unload there. Perfect. Now we can start processing. Ah, right. I actually need to take these somewhere. My power switch did not work. Why is it still on? Right. Do I not know what a less than symbol is? Yeah, so if Steam is less than 5K, which it is, you should open a red. Oh, fuck. But it's not outputting a red because it... because it has no power. What's the problem now? Fluid. That's a little bit hard of a problem to solve. How do I generate my first water? So fluid, yeah, water. Oh, right. Please, there has to be water somewhere I can pilfer. You have 12 water on you. Oh, you're almost about ready to spit out a water chunk. There's 100 and some odd water in the system. Or 300 water in the system, but where? On the concrete thing. Ah, in these. Yeah, I know. Thank you for the warning. Might as well not even have that on. All right, well, we'll let that build up some more. Oh, okay. I think I know a way to bring some power over here. Oh, I don't think I can have that bridge it. Okay. So we'll bridge this, and then for this, get rid of that. You can get disconnected. You can get disconnected. That's the only thing that needs to run right now. Everything else can wait. Did I not calculate enough water for I might not have. We're also busy filling steam tanks right now, so a lot of the water's going there. But yeah, I guess one of these things cannot, in fact, handle as much as I thought it could. But it's okay. We're about to enter the nuclear age. There should be a bicycle that you can hop on to manually pedal some power. I know there's a power button mod that you can, or not a power button, but like a switch mod that you can click. Would be nice. There was something for that, but like you click it and it's what is it? You click it and it generates a little bit of power just to jumpstart you, something like that. I don't know. I know there are wind turbines, and of course there's a solar, which I don't really have here. Oh, what is less than 15% off, but more than 90. Let me figure out something here with a power switch. See if I can't divine this one. What direction? That direction. Seems good to me. Oh, it takes arithmetic combinators. Interesting. Means I need some copper and some iron. Let's see how this works. It is also probably going to be a little prone to fluctuations, considering that, does it say how many things? 2, 3 arithmetics. So I don't really have a lot of, accumulators here. Right equals not 1. Well, that works. And well, didn't I make a bunch of accumulators? Okay. Actually, that's probably gonna slow our power down a little bit. Yeah, our science down. Ooh, but we're here. Yippee! All right. Now let's get these accumulators down. I think I can fit this in, right? Yeah. Okay. Not quite as even as I was hoping. Whatever. You. How many accumulators do I have? 18, 16. So one more of these. Well, it'll be something. All right, let's go get those nuclear power plants going. Please. Oh, it's gonna take so long. I'll have to help it along. Ingredient shortage. And of course, one does not a power plant make. But hey, this power switch works. So this is stopping, but at least our labs are basically able to run more or less full time. Okay, you. Only a normal one, unfortunate. I didn't place something adequate to offload these. Okay. I could probably just like handcraft reactor fuel. Of course, we have to wait for it to actually like load one. 2, excellent. All right, let's figure this out. Processing units that can go, and then I can at least, if nothing else, get the ability to summon processing units. Oh no. Okay. Petromancy. I think I have the ability to summon sulfuric acid directly. Right. Sulfuric acid. It's gotta be somewhere. Sulfuric acid, I can. Okay. It'll be a little jank, but we can work with it. Get those going. Of course, we're not gonna have requester chests for a long ass time. I also remember there's a problem with this blueprint that I surmised last time I used it that I had to fix. And I guess no need to worry about that right this second. So need 83 turbines, 84 heat pipes, and 48 heat exchangers. It's a lot of fucking heat exchangers. What do they take? Steel, pipe, copper. So 48, so I need 480 iron. Let's go ahead and figure that out. Good. 4,008. Exactly as much copper as we have. We need a little bit more steel. Good. Well, nothing else. We can get these going. Did I not count? Ah, steel. Okay, figured. Think what I calculate the iron and the copper. Look at the steam turbines don't need steel. All these heat pipes do, so that's going to be a little bit of an ongoing issue. Oh yeah, these are that 8 all the way through the steel. I have a little bit more here to pick up. So 44, we need exactly 4, perfect. Start filling these in. And 2 heat pipes. I'll have to figure out how to wire water in from our boiler setup. That I kind of, maybe I should plan on removing it once I get the nuclear power going. Alrighty, heat exchanger. I can finally, once I have this running, get back to advancing our science. Oh, I'll have enough power to just go ahead and expand the labs a bunch. Of course, I need to get red chips, like properly made. Last 4. Oh, this is gonna be so fiddly. Let me see about beelining it towards whatever gets us robots. Advanced oil processing, which needs lube, which needs electric engines, which robotics, which gets us construction robots, which gets us a personal roboport. Perfect. That's gonna take a hot second. I suppose you're having more steel, are you? Okay, heat pipes. All right, well, my extra copper went in there. Extra copper, I say. Oh, actually, I guess we had a bunch. Get some of those. Start crafting up all of our turbines. We luckily have a bunch of copper on the belt. So that'll probably get us most of the way there. I don't know how many we needed. I think it said 96. 96 sounds high. 83. Close enough. Okay, get some more steel. Yep. Oh, right, I forgot how much copper those things take. Power armor. You know, actually getting this power armor is probably going to be a pain in the ass. Well, no, once we get electric robots, or flying robot frames, which takes electric engines, will, of course, I have the, once I get the substations, I mean, it's all blue chips, so, okay, I might as well. And I don't think there is anything else I need to worry about right this second. Genesis, fine, yeah, that, none of that matters. And of course, I'm gonna have to pipe all these manually. Well, which iron's that gonna be? 107 pipe to grounds and then 312 normal pipes. 107 pipe to grounds. That's a 106. Okay. No, actually, I have a bunch already made. And then we'll get like 400 normal pipes. Well, I might even just have to research the slow build my way to robots by the time we get there. Unsure what I'm gonna do about the whole chest situation, since this this functions off of requester chests, which, well, we're not gonna have, but you know, details. Right, electronic sulfur. I think I might just deal with getting the robots first. What, you? Are you done? You are done. Pick all these back up. Okay. You know, maybe I should just terminate power to most of the factory so that some of this other stuff can run. Insert pipe. Inventory full. Sad days. Get rid of this, I guess. Okay. I don't suppose these can reach a power switch from that far away. Okay, that doesn't need to be connected there. Disconnect that. That's not connected there. So this is going to be, I guess, the primary connection. Oh, hey, now this all can run. Power switch. Make sure I made one. Dump this spoilage. Can it link? Cannot. Unfortunate. Okay, well, that means I'm just gonna have to deal with possibly. What's the middle of a tile? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. These two. I'll assume that I didn't mess anything up. You don't need to be connected. You don't need to be connected. You don't need to be connected. Oh, you already weren't connected. Well, you. Six. Yeah, I think that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Ah, damn it. If we're not connecting other wires, it makes things get all wonky and it forces them to connect whatever they want. Okay. So now that's all running at least. And I will leave the rest of the factory turned off so that all this can run at full speed ahead. And I forgot something important. For instance... Ah, we're stacked up on landfill. Say less. Might not be a bad idea for me to terminate my landfill production, or not terminate it, but perhaps temporarily pause production and maybe move it to its own thing where it won't clog up other things when it's full. That would be nice. Okay, that is a lot of void works. Good God, how many of these did I make? Well, now I don't have a problem with these being full. Can also upgrade these into a grader for what works. I'm about to be out of inventory space. Right. Look at some electronics, I guess. Some circuits so I can make some storage chests and slow boat my way to having a roboport. Oh, I can make 2 roboports. Well, that's convenient. I don't suppose this blueprint needs 2 roboports. I think it only needs 1. It needs 2. Okay. Well, that's the exact amount of roboports that I have. Perfect. Let's go ahead and start ripping these up. I will live without landfill production for a second. Okay, power armor researched. What else do I need? I guess worker robot speed wouldn't be harmful. And logistic robots. And then... I don't know, it's basically whatever at that point. I don't think there's anything else pressing that I need, so I'll just keep going through stuff in order. And let's see if we can't get ourselves some basic robots. Prismite, my old friend. I know just what to do with you. The old tried and true method of dealing with it later. Well, that's backed up. Where the hell is all that stuff even coming from? Ah, right. The factory. Okay, well... does that mean that can run? Oh, hey, we have Yes, we have some uranium. Okay. Robots. Flying robot frames. Processing units, electric engines. I already have lubricant. So, what do we need? 20 electric engine units, and let's double it and say 40. 40 electric engine units. Do I have any engines sitting around? Oh, you know, I do have that, I had that thing that had making engines this whole time. It made 42. We'll take it. Okay, that means I can... Let's see about getting some circuits made. My inventory's a little stretched then. Probably because I don't have any armor on. Well, this is gonna take care of multiple birds with one stone. So how many circuits does it need? I think it needs, yeah, 20 greens. Okay, so, but construction bots I don't think need blues. They don't need blues. The flying robot frames need a, no, okay. So the only blues I need are the 40. So that's going to be 80 reds. I might as well just grab a stack, and that's going to be a lot of greens. Which I passed. So I have a bunch of sulfur, I don't know why. Grab all those. We'll get some jank set up. I also had somewhere to put all these void works to upgrade them in the greater void works automatically. You are not being fed. You are being fed from a chest. Excellent. Looks like you haven't been working for quite a while. Okay. This is temporary, I say, as I set up something I don't know when I'll remove. Okay. Let's get exactly as much as I need. I tried putting them in the wrong machine, so that's unfortunate. Okay, what, like a fast inserter in, normal inserter out. More greens there. Okay, and then I just have to worry about flying robot frames. It's a good thing I still have that battery producer. Okay. Now these can be productivityed, so I can do that. I can get productivity on these. Robots can't be, but... Oof. Did I not count? How much does this take? 20, okay. Get that, 20. That'll let us get 8%, maybe like 24, 25. And we'll go from there. And then I'll have power armor. What did that say? Also 20, 20 steel, I think. 40 steel. Okay. Then you can output to... I don't have any more steel chests. And then I can handcraft these. Perfect. I'll go get some more greens. Logistics network. Our very first logistics network. Of course, it has nothing in it, so when I press the button, nothing happens. But details. I think that'll probably be fine for the flying robots. Gimme. 40, so that's gonna be cooking for a while. Now I do need to get these yellow chests. Oh, they're not connected to power, right? Forgot I need substations. Oh, substations don't take blues. Oh, whatever. Reds, copper, steel. Why do I think they take blues? Did they used to? I think I'm just going crazy. Ooh, that means it's not going to be connected to these. What about... There we go. Okay, can I fit... I can barely fit some yellows in here. Whatever. Get these going. What do you need? Need pipe and underground. And let's go ahead and get you your first, those. Let's get your first robot delivery. Beautiful. Be a little slow. But hey, who's counting? I really do not want to place this spider web of pipes by myself. Let's get back to checking on our armor. And then I could probably bootstrap myself some Roboport. We'll need a little bit more batteries, which we're just summoning, so that's actually no problem. Grab some reds so that I don't have to handcraft them. I think maybe 2 Roboports will be fine. Six by 8. I'm gonna have to balance it out with how much power generation. Of course, these solar panels don't generate a whole lot. Where is it? 43. Perfect. Well, we might as well try our luck. Or my quality. There they are. Oh, that's a 2% chance for a higher roll. I believe. Ah, sad. I guess I didn't believe hard enough. Okay. Okay, so 3. You know what? I will do 3. That we can have a nice little even row. Get some batteries, get some portable solar panels. Get those in there. Gonna be really awful for power with 90 kilowatts of generation during the day. But you know, it'll work, and I also have more inventory space now, so I can focus on trying to get those heat pipes going. They take more copper, right? Yeah. 87. You know what? We'll overcraft them. Because we'll eventually need a bigger one. 13, grab all that. What are you missing? Electric engines. Of course, of course. Well, it's all she's getting for a while. Are you already done? You are. 21 lights. Okay. Lights. Get those in there. What else are we missing? I don't know why it has solar panels. Storage tanks are going to be a little bit of a problem because, of course, the storage tanks are where all the logic are. I know in 2.0 they added the ability to just read the temperature directly out of the power plant, but I find the best way to deal with it is still just doing steam, because you can have it set up to be so that, you know, whenever the steam, you know, hits a level, it'll generate power, and you can override the stack the size of the hands so they don't grab multiple pieces of fuel. Maybe with a big enough reactor you can deal with just temperature, but one fuel cell generates a lot of power. What else do you need? These accumulators. I might as well go grab 5 of them. 4 solar panels. Steel, of course. Hey, how many accumulators? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 solar panels. Grab those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Couple speakers. Probably for alarms. Oh, I'm missing another substation. Well, we can fix that. And then basically, it's just going to be getting enough storage tanks, assuming I have everything else. God, that gear is going absolutely ham. Ooh, we finally ran out of my backlog of... I didn't run out of the backlog of reds. The red buffers just don't work like this. Okay, I'll have to redo it so that the buffer is part of the laboratory. I think I'll also move the labs down here. That'll be my next project. And then I'll see about getting red science. It's also, given that all this stuff is gone, just do a straight line and not have to worry about that. Alrighty, drop those in. 31. It might be enough. I think my cat wishes to leave my room. Give me one moment so that I can let her out. I guess she is done napping. Okay, hello. He's probably gonna go find somewhere else to nap after, I don't know, having some kibble or something. Alright, what else are we still missing? 14. We're making enough of those, so it's just gonna be... Didn't I make a bunch of steel tanks? I guess we already ran out. You know, I did have some robots in my inventory, so I might have placed them. Okay, well, water. So that's what, 30, 15 more. 15, that's gonna be... Okay, well, based on that, we should have enough, 20. Why not? And just getting water is the last outstanding thing. I would like to have its own production. It's what, 48 heat exchangers. I can probably plug it into a... I don't even need to plug it into a calculator. What am I doing? 48 heat exchangers, where are they? 10.3 water a second. Next. 3, that's about 500 water a second. Maximum. Okay, I don't want to have to figure out how much water I need. Using normal things. Okay. 1200. Really, that outputs 1200 a second? Oh, if I have 2 chemical plants, okay. That's manageable. I should probably have a 3rd just to be safe. And it looks like I don't have any extra normal pipes. So let me go ahead and grab some more iron. I'll have to handcraft some, maybe not handcraft, but make some uranium fuel cells. Because elsewhere, I could probably just make like normal ass storage chests for these. Overwrite them with requesters later. Which means we need a little bit more steel. Probably a little bit more steel. Need some more greens. I'll be able to flip this on soon. So it's what, 8? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Active provider. How navigating anything without squeak through. Or the mech suit is. You place these. Active provider chest can just be a passive provider chest. 4, and then storage chests for the requesters. And we should be good to go. Buffer chest, doesn't fucking matter. Okay. So, chemical plant. That only outputs water. Of course, then it. Oh, I'll have to. Oh, I forgot I have to actually put a space between these. I could just. I don't even need to give these lines. I can just put them connected to offshore pumps. Although 3 offshore pumps is going to be overkill. Where are they? Offshore pump with just iron. Let's go grab a little bit more. Alrighty. And we'll link up the old-fashioned way. And then I have to figure out how to link you back up so that you don't starve. That looks good to me. And of course I have to give it an initial injection of water. Which I suppose I can do with this. Coherence. I would like to remove its junk recipes, but I suppose we'll have to do. Have to make do as I suppose the meme goes. I do like that they gave us the ability to rip out landfill. Because you can't just remove normal land, but makes making reactors or whatever a lot less of a hassle. I know it was already was a little worried about, you know, paving over large bodies of water that were in the way just because, you know, I kind of wanted to build where they were, but Large bodies of water are also prime real estate for, or were prime real estate for reactors back in the day. Okay, so you should have your... Oh, right. These have junk products as well. Okay. Let's redo this design. Oh, okay, no, that needs to stay there. Also stay there. So I think if I'll put that onto a... Yeah. I think that'll work. Feels like a little bit of wasted space. Like a lot of wasted space, actually. Okay, I guess I didn't need to rip up all that to begin with. We'll get that there, get that there. Let me go steal some robots from the network here as well. Yoink. Build my pretties. Okay. That going. Excellent. I can get that going back here. Water. Just in case it runs out for some inconceivable reason. And then that should get us all going. This should have enough water. I found out the problem of the last one. Okay, is that all of them? I think so. Looks like it. I remember it was that one in particular for some reason. Was disconnected from the rest. Temperature, as long as everything else is connected. 23. It's down to 24. Oh yeah, 24, there we go. And 48. Okie dokie. Well, all that's left is to turn them on. Let's go ahead and get this going. Get, where's our fuel cells? Productivity, of course, of course. Storage chest. Where is our radioactive ore? Of course, we'll need a bunch to get Coverx, but we're not going to be anywhere near that for quite some time, so I am much more concerned about my power generation. See if I can't get like a 4 of each, or 40. My other one, 10 for each. 50, 80 gigajoules. Spicy rocks, indeed. Welcome back from your nap. Just in time to see me turn on the nuclear reactor. First of all, is this whole thing connected to power? It is. Okie dokie. Well, hold on. I want to make sure that I... Dude, what do you mean cannot reach? There we go. She's generating. Each one is generating 120 watts. Let's go ahead and connect the rest of the factory. We're no doubt gonna be production. Wait, what? Is it not hooked up? Oh, because maybe they're not, oh yeah, because they're not hot enough, I guess. Surprised our satisfaction is so, well, manageable, but maybe just because everything's been, no, with everything turned off, the stuff should be like out of power at this point. Whatever. As soon as it hits 500C. What logic are you on? Green. All right. Well, are you getting green? And 0. Okay. And all of our boilers instantly become worthless. Why are the steam turbines doing so little? Let's go have a peep over here. Can I finally turn these all off? Oh, because that's 50 hours, that's why. Here we go. 1 minute. Finally. Some delicious power. Now, technically speaking, probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just leave the boilers on in case I ever need to jumpstart power. Would be nice if I like had it separated from everything else and then I could like go flip a switch if I needed a injection of, I don't know, 100 and something watts of power. But hey, now we have 460 gigajoules. 450, that's not right. 120, that's 240. Yeah, that should be 480. Why are those all awkward? I really need a mech suit. Told myself I didn't need squeak through. I can live without it. I think this was how I squeezed in before. Yeah, that shouldn't be inserting that many. Yeah, override stack size 1. Uh-huh. That's weird. Whatever, it's not like the factory's gonna melt down or anything. $169 greens. That's a lot of green signal. Wonder if there's some weird thing with it not having requested chests, but they shouldn't be shouldn't be doing that. Maybe the buffer chests. Who knows? What I know is our power is fixed and I can do Labs 2.0. That means I'm gonna have to change the buffers. Oh, well, let's go ahead and start this process. Oh dear. Forgot about the ghosts I set up. You know, maybe I should use the, like, warehouses or something. I'll have the buffers be on site. Of course, I'll have to deal with fixing this whenever these run out, but I do not want to have to manually empty all these out. Anyway, let's workshop a new lab blueprint, and then we'll finish off our circuit production. Hell, with blues, we can probably slow boat our way all the way to rockets. We'll keep scooting along through all this research that we now have to do. So I guess it's not like critical or anything. If the logic on this isn't perfect. But whatever. Okay. Well, that feels like a big milestone. How many labs do I have placed right now? 12. I have 4 in my inventory. Let's say 20 maybe? 12, 16, 17, 18. I think 20 sounds good. You know, we could do 40 instead. Okay. I don't think I have enough productivity for all these new labs I'm going to be making, but I do have a bunch of circuits in my inventory, so let's go ahead and get those. Let's get some landfill. Let's get these labs set up. Landfill. Okay. How many belts for science am I going to need? Let's see the labs. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, just open up the Factoriopedia. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can these even? Oh, yeah, these can take all of them. Oh, right, I could have just clicked on this. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, so basically 8 with by splitting them. Question is, can these labs be bridged by underground? Can 2 labs be bridged by an underground? Yes, but then it won't be able to offload from them. Okay, well. I'm gonna start building these and workshop it. No bridging them like that is typically how you do it with biolabs and whatnot. Of course, at that point, you'd have blues and probably greens if you didn't skip Vulcanus. Yeah, I don't need to stress about that. Where's the center of this square? Ooh, I don't even know if our labs are an odd number long. So I'm not gonna be able to have these all the way. Yeah, of course. Well, if nothing else. So 2. We'll just have to run them wide. No, because I'm gonna need belts going through the middle. Yeah, they're gonna need 2 belts each. Because we're gonna need a long-handed inserter as well. Okay. And we'll go from here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sciences. 8 sciences will probably get us through for a while. Or 8 sciences of lanes, rather. So that means we're gonna need to split some of these. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, fuck it. We'll do it like this. And then do those. Oh, I don't have any more long-hand inserters. I should have a chest full of them, so we can go from there. Where is it? I should probably make that chest bigger. I don't know why that's been a wooden chest this whole time. Whoops. Alrighty. You get there. I wonder if there's a way to... You know what? There is a way to implement these. It'd be very wasteful on undergrounds, but at least we'll have a substation. There we go. Well, then, of course, I need to get my buffers here. Oh, right. Why am I not using my bots? There we go. Oh, we're probably gonna run out of belts before then, but it'll be easily expandable, and that's the important part. I'm also out of substations. Okay, let me go fix that. I think what we'll do, I don't think we really need that big of a buffer between each thing, so I'll just use a steel chest. You know, I'll use a storage chest maybe. That way I can read them from the logistics network. Let's grab some of those. And then I'll of course have to bring lube over. Because at that point, oh no, I don't have red loaders. I could learn them. Engine units. Okay, let's bump that up. I guess we're probably not going to need a full, or we're not going to be going for a full 30 science a second for the red loaders, but you know, wouldn't hurt to be safe. Let's also make sure we grab some of those engines from our engine creator over here. Okay. Storage chest. I'll have to make sure that I set a filter on them as well. Right. Red belts. Well, this will look nice when it runs. Of course, I'm gonna have to deal with splitting every line but these two in the middle. Okay. How to deal with that? I guess if they're in line. No, I'm gonna want them to, I'm gonna need them to split first. This is a little too complicated for normal labs. Okay, hold on, where's the reds? Let's get reds and greens over here. So fast loader, we get this going. Storage chest, we'll make sure that that's only set to red. And then I'll have to put a space here for green. Get these. Okay. And then I think I could just copy paste it. This should pass through. Okay, so that should be what? Gray, that should be blue. That should be that. And then I need lube over here. Which sadly I don't think is running all this way over here. And I don't know. Underground. A single underground cannot belt this distance. Unfortunate. Why are these backing up? Probably because these can no longer output that much steam. Okay, I'll have to figure out some other way to burn all these burnables. Okay. Let's get the lube line. Did it really not run this? I kinda ran it all the way through here. Not really all the way, but... I'll keep running this through here. Okay. Click, click, click. Okay, now red needs to go here. And then I can deal with upgrading those loaders at a later date. Oh, actually. I guess later is right now. 8. Oh, they don't take... They don't take the advanced ones. Or the previous ones. That's unfortunate. Well, the more you know, I suppose. Ooh, I probably should put some sort of light on these as well. Display panel. Means I'm gonna need to change this whole thing. Okay. Let me keep going through this. There we go. Then I can put display panels on all of them just to keep track of what's what. Although I guess once they have an item in them, that'll make it a little bit easier to see. Over. Howdy, Cottle. Welcome in. How's it going? Hope you're having a good Thursday evening. I guess, possibly very early Friday morning. You know what? Yeah, we'll go ahead and get these ready for these. Like yellow. And then perhaps void and the other void. Esoteric. Void archaeology. Okay. 8,000. That's a lot of science. Wow. Ooh, I don't even have enough, I don't have enough to upgrade all these. Unfortunate. Okay. Oops. There we go. Yeah, you're probably... Don't know what else you're needing to research, but also, oops. Might as well pick all these up right now. Okay, I decided this one for those. Yeah, green, gray, red, blue, blue. I think this lab will work out nice once it's fully powered on. I'll have to put some lights, of course. Okay. Right. I probably should have just deposited these directly. Because now these are gonna have a bunch of incomplete ones. There we go. Alright, give me the goods. Goods cannot be given. So I've got some junk to get rid of. I'm gonna have to find out some other way to burn these. Oh, I also have a bunch of uranium in my inventory. I should fix that. Alrighty. Divvy those over there. Not it's the output line. Okay, well. Gray. Go here. Of course, blue go here. I'm try my own planning. To get, okay, well, this doesn't matter if it's a It's uneven, or what? We might as well go place these. Okay. Let's see, red, and then they're still trying to offload. Really? Oh, I accidentally bungled that, that's why. And then whenever we notice those containers being empty, as we'll have to go fix that. So these should definitely be these two lines here, and I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with these at some point. Properly splitting all these lines. But at the very least, we can get these basic ones initiated in here. All right. It's looking a lot better, I think. Now, perhaps like this. And then, oh, it'll work, but that's gonna complicate things when I have to do more colors. I like to just preemptively get the yellow and purple accounted for. Perhaps, what if I do like this? Okay, you know, it's not going to be symmetrical, but it's going to work is what it's going to do. Perfect. Then I need to make sure that these don't, oh, I can't even put filters on them until they're the proper things. Well. Let's go ahead and extend this downward. And honestly, the red belts are probably going to be the biggest throughput problem. This isn't even more labs than I had before I tore down the old lab setup. There we go, that's more labs. Oh, looks pretty good. 16 minutes, yeah, it's slowly climbing up. Let's go see if we can't get, well, first of all, I have to figure out what to do with this. I think this might cause issues. Do I just convert the entire boiler line to burning junk? Obviously, it would make sure that we can adequately get rid of a lot of this. I can't really think of any other good ways to endlessly burn a bunch of stuff. I think I might just have to. Which, of course, means that I'm going to have to figure out what to do with all this void fuel. boy. Even pickle it up. Okay, well. Dump it all in the boilers, and then they'll basically be able to go for like 5 years. No, this is not Factorio. This is Satisfactory. I've been playing the Satisfactory soundtrack the entire stream today. I don't think Factorio's soundscape is bad. Obviously I don't have the entire game muted, I just have the music. I don't think the music is bad either, but I've been playing the game for like almost 10 years at this point. And I wanted something a little different from the normal themes of NowVs that I am accustomed to. Once I reach other stages of the game, I will probably turn the music back on, because every planet has its own unique soundscape, right? Space has its own soundtrack, Vulcanus has its own soundtrack. Fulgora, I think, is the best out of all the new soundtracks that they added in Space Age. But we're not there yet. That is, of course, hoping that we actually go there in this mod pack, which not sure of, but we'll find out when we get there. Oh, this is so jank. How am I gonna move this over there? Because I have like so many things that I'm offloading. Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah, Satisfactory does have, I guess, 2 soundtracks. It has the normal one I've been playing. It also has like an ambient soundtrack, I guess. I assume that it'll play both during the game. Maybe it uses the ambient tracks more at night, but they were a little too soft, so I didn't include them in my playlist. Of course, it also includes that banger that their trailer launched with at that Game Awards show. I don't even remember when it was. Was it 2018 when they announced it, or was it 2016 when they announced Satisfactory? Had a very, very good music theme for it. Can't imagine very many people were absolutely floored at an automation game coming. Because I think the only one on the scene at the time was Factorio, but I was fucking stoked. And it was the people that made Sanctum. I hadn't heard of them since Sanctum 2. I guess they made Goat Simulator 2. But I did not play Goat Simulator. Sanctum also had a really good soundtrack. Coffee Stain. I really hate how Steam does this. It mixes developer and publisher pages. Because if you click, like, you know, there's Coffee Stain Studios, which is the studio, right? Did Sanctum, did Satisfactory. They also have a branch, Coffee Stain Publishing. But if you... the links are different on the Steam, right? There's Steam store powered / publishers, that's Coffee Stain. And there's / developers / Coffee Stain. But they look like the same page. All the same games are listed. A bunch that I know they did not make. You know, Valheim and Deep Rock Galactic are there. They did not make them. I don't even think they initially published Deep Rock. I think they might have taken over, but they definitely didn't make it. But I don't like that the dev and publisher pages seem to be being mixed up. Cloud New Game, Weapons Manufacturer Sim. I don't think there's any creativity left in anyone that works there, and if there are, they aren't allowed to express any of it. haven't played oof. I've played a COD game in ages, and I don't think I'm missing much. I'm gonna move this over here. Aha. By making it slightly janky. But that should start getting rid of a lot of this backlog of burnable gunk. And if only because of the pure amount of boilers we have, we should be able to get rid of it all. Of course, we'll have to go through all that fuel I just gave it. I think some of the ones at maybe the back won't be jam-packed full of stuff. Who knows? It was bought out for 55 billion. I did. It was bought out by I think Saudi Arabia and a private equity firm run by Jared Kushner, or owned by Jared Kushner. Not a lot of people that I would want to see acquire EA, but he's definitely not one of them. Also don't get how you can get bought for $55 billion and wind up in debt from it, but you know. Welcome to modern corporations. Why are these all like jank? I think I talked about it last time I was on stream, but yeah, I'm sure that, I mean, not that EA is known for being generous with their monetization. They're one of the pioneers with shitty monetization, but don't worry, it can always get worse. It's another reason to stick with indie games when and where you can. Of course, I know then people get a little prickly about what even is an indie. How do you define an indie? Is it like a corporate structure? Is it the size of a team? I know when Dave the Diver came out, a lot of people were saying that it was not in fact indie because it had a multi-billion-dollar company behind it, Nexon. And, you know, that's a valid argument. Roblox and TikTok has attention of Gen Alpha 95%. Dude, honestly, I'm surprised that Roblox is so big. And that they get away with so much. Because, like, it's just a... Isn't the profit share for Roblox like insanely like lopsided, with the people that like quote, you know, make the games or whatever, they're being like maybe 5%? I know it's incredibly bad. Can't believe Roblox found a way to get legalized child labor. Just outsource it to everyone across the world. I mean, hey, it's a business strategy that seems to be working out for them. Purple. That's fine. Ooh, storage strong boxes. Okay. Right. I need circuits. I think it might be time for me to start getting a mall. I don't think there are any achievements I need to work on. Oh, without building any solar panels, rip. Whatever, this is modded, it doesn't matter. Finish the game within 40 hours. Yeah, that's not happening. Science. I know we still have to get rocketry, or rocket fuel. I'll just keep going through all of this stuff and worry about it later. As much as I would like to get a mall, Obviously a bot mall is the least hassle. And typically the only mall that I manually build. I'm not really one to build bespoke bespoke normal malls with belts and everything. I usually just take a blueprint for them. Been trying to stay away from blueprints, and obviously when you introduce more and more mods, there's less and less blueprints you can use, because, you know, finding people that have the exact same mod list as you also uploading their blueprints, probably unlikely. But so far the only thing I've really used is this nuclear block, and also balancers. There's not really a reason to bespoke build belt balancers every single time. Get a book, or hell, even make a book and just use it forever. I should also see about upgrading my small power poles to medium. I don't even know how many places I even have small power poles at on the factory, but we only have 5. Okay, well, we're about to not even have 5. I don't even know where the hell they are. Oh, they are. We seem to have a backup of something. What the hell happened to you? Now we're getting rid of the small poles, don't worry. Only the biggest, fattest poles around here. Our poles have length, our poles have reach. I need to get belt immunity equipment. Let's rejigger this. Oh, I made one too many. Whatever. You. And then let's go ahead and get a bunch of steel going. You know, now that I actually have power, I think I could probably make a steel line finally. Or steel is, well, it's pitiful is what it is. Just this thing. It's not a real steel manufactory. How many? 100 kilowatts for belt immunity equipment. Oof. That's going to be a little bit of a power drainer. That needs more iron. Let me go ahead and fill up the rest of my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It's going to be a while before we get something better than portable solar panels. Also, memory storage unit. I don't have the fluid one. No, I don't. We'll get them in due time. Robots. Maybe I should increase my run speed. Also, I don't know what the hell magic chance is. Oh, maybe we'll get some magic chance. Okay, 630 kilowatts at peak operating time. So the labs are going. We're getting about 20 science a minute. See how much more, how many more belts we have. If we can expand that a little bit more. We can, in fact, expand it a bit more. How you doing? I never set this up properly. Let's run you through here. It's so janky. Oh, my inventory's full. Okay, well. It's not quite what I wanted to do. Well, hello there. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Gen Eric Gamer Guy. It's a great pun. I love it. How was your stream? Hope you had a good evening. Also doing Factorio. How's your factory doing? Are you playing modded or vanilla? Generic raid message. I love it. Thank you. Yes, welcome in. Welcome in. We're doing a VoidBlock here, if you're not familiar with it. Basically started just on a tiny little patch of purple ocean. You know, it's kind of like C-Block. Leaving already, huh? Well, I appreciate it. You know, if you need to do some things, take all the time that you need. Yeah, I've played C-Block before. Of course, it's not updated for this version of Factorio yet. I think the guy is working on it, but of course it's, you know, modders. It's not their job, so. But yeah, VoidBlock. You start off on a very tiny patch of land. I don't remember how big it is. But yeah. You get like a little furnace thing, and it summons basically raw materials from nowhere. Summons a lot of junk as well, and you have to figure out what to do with all that stuff. And eventually, you can start getting production, you know, a little different from like C-Blocks, making materials out of salt water. But I've been having a good time. We're only on blue science right now. I am struggling to find out where to deliver some stuff. Right, that's the correct one. Mugging around at the end game, trying out some new personal designs for my legendary material throughput. Always fun. Are you doing vanilla then? I take it. It's probably going to take me a long time to get to end game in this mod. It's very slow start. Space Age, I mean, that's technically vanilla, but yeah. This mod does have compatibility for Space Age, which is nice. It's another reason I picked it. You know, I know there's some overhaul mods that do not have Space Age compatibility, and that's always a little disappointing. Of course, there's still the general, like, 2.0 improvements. Things like fluids, but... Oh, I didn't connect these. There we go. Is it still disconnected? No. Press story to get a Space Age update. Yeah, I know there is another mod, Factorio 2 Spaced Out, that's specifically for Space Age compatibility. I don't know if Factorio 2 is still being maintained. I know the original guy dropped out a long time ago and then someone else picked it up, but I don't know if that new person is maintaining it or how that's working. There was another mod I played, Warp Drive Machine, that one of the recommended mods, or one of the optional listed mods for it, is Factorio 2 Spaced Out. Of course, Factorio 2 changes a lot of the basic production, and that Warp Drive mod already changes a lot, and I kind of didn't want to deal with it. Like doing a mod run once there's a really good total conversion mod that supports Space Age. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of a total conversion. Obviously, it's very different. I don't know how it deals with Space Age stuff. Now I mentioned at the start, like your basic thing. Let me see if I can find it. Basic production building summons in raw materials. Has a whole bunch of stuff it can do. Right. It's also very slow, and it's kind of random, so you eventually move on from it. You eventually get these machines here that can summon in stuff. Like, you know, I got these for ore. And then eventually we do get the research to start summoning the materials from other planets. But I know it also still supports space platforms. So I don't know if we go to other planets, if they're also going to be this gigantic purple, or how that's going to work, but we'll find out. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that there's something else on the other planets. But yeah, I don't know if the voidification only applies to Navis or what. Not directly. You know, eventually we get the ability with Gleba to make, not Gleba, made in, yeah, with Gleba research to make biter eggs, and if you let them spoil, they they'll do biters. But no, we can't summon in. That's pretty cool and very nice avatar. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how the whole enemies thing is, because I mean, I haven't been skipping any defensive research. I'm basically just going through everything in order because I'm lazy and I don't want to manually figure out where I need to go. I'm gonna need everything eventually, probably. Oh, hey, the green circuit production is on an eye. Apparently forgot a power pole. Okay, that's good. I know eventually we'll get another science pack, another void science pack. Where is it? Would have sworn I should have had it by now. It's probably tied by something. Ah, Petromancy and then Prismatic Crystals. Okay. Hop off, have a bit of a headache, so I streamed it early. Have a follow and hope to catch you again. Well, thank you for the follow and thank you for the raid. I hope you feel better. You know, get all the rest you need, stay hydrated and all that. And maybe I'll see you again in the future. Thanks for dropping in. Okay, that's all good. Laser technology, perfect. Where are we going? Lab speed. You know, maybe we'll bump up lab speed. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna have the logistics things for a while. Okay, I need to get an actual steel block going instead of this monstrosity. And now that I have, well, it's not a real 600 megawatts, like 450 megawatts of power. I think we can work on it. Yeah, maybe I should see about getting the logistics thing. Doesn't it take yellow science? Oh, it takes white. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Does the mod change that? Because there's an achievement for finishing every space or any space science pack for the base game while building an active provider chest. But that is a space science pack thing, so the mod has to change it. Or else it would be impossible to not get that achievement. You know what, let me look up the Factorio wiki, I'm curious. Well, it's a little hard to keep straight in my head when a change is, or when something I'm thinking about is part of a mod or not. Where is it? For technologies. Yeah, so the mod does change it. It does take yellow science. That was right when I initially made that assessment. I'm not crazy. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and get this iron, or the steel. Now, I know this is looking a little odd. Like production block. No. So, 65, that's not right. We do greater void works, which is 22. I believe that should be more or less, yeah. Right, so I could copy this thing more or less entirely as it is. Okay, I'll have to make some changes. What the hell's going on with it? Let's see. Well, let's not pay that any mind. So we'll get this going. Oh, do I even have enough steel furnaces? 50. I don't. Basically, I'm gonna need just shy of 100. Luckily, I have all these stone bricks that need using. That's convenient. Alrighty. I'm also not gonna have enough efficiency modules, but honestly, I don't even think they're that big of a deal now. Although I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Okay. You know what they do? Yeah, they do reduce it by 60. Because it'll get our power lasting a little bit longer. You know, I won't stress about it. I'll also just go ahead and build in map mode. If we get this here, I don't think I need to have the power poles there. Ooh, you know what? I do. Never mind. So yeah, that can go there, and then I can copy this whole shindig. Oop. I very specifically did not need to copy the belts. Okay. These, press V to flip vertically. Why are those wires getting all crisscrossed? Oh, alright, because they're, that's awkward. Can you not do that? They're doing it all over the place. At least it's easy to fix. I'm worried that when the bots place this, it's gonna undo it. Alrighty. Do I have enough inserters? I don't. Let me go grab them. Let me also make sure that I have enough robot speed. Oh, I guess I don't have enough upgrades for it. Well. Might as well keep going through all this then. Let me go grab the inserters that I need. My range isn't that big, is it? Why do I not see the... Oh, because I have to hold shift, okay. I do wish there was an easier way to see like what my building range is. Alas. So that should be, that's not even going to be like a half of a red belt, but you know, I'll at least be able to easily copy paste this and stack them up. Aha. And I forgot the final touch. That's not gonna work. I'll need this. I'll probably want to stay away from that to ensure that they don't start building them with copper. That would have caused a mess. Okay, what else do you need? Right, you need to offload your junk. Right, I made a blueprint specifically for this. Game blueprints. Where did I put it? VoidBlock. Furnaces, furnace 2.0. Okay, hold on. I need to make this for steel. Copy. 2.0. Right, we'll do that there. Go ahead and delete these because that's not necessary for the time being. So I need to parameterize this blueprint. That way everything is good. Steel 2.0. Okay, inserters, iron. Voidworks, iron. Confirm. There we go. Didn't I make a bunch of those poles? Apparently I didn't make enough. It's also a little bit of a mess. Maybe I should remove, like, some of these. Matter of fact, that is exactly what I'll do, because I don't like that they keep crisscrossing. In fact, in my actual blueprint, I only have them on one side. The only reason I messed that up is because I was not using my initial blueprint. And I placed some little slapdash. Yeah, well, that iron ore shouldn't be there. It's probably from when they were trying to get rid of them before. So I don't know what I'm going to do with all these iron plates that we're sending. Because I can't really easily send them down here. Perhaps I can... Over here? Because that makes iron ore. So that means it sells it over here. Sends iron over there. Okay. So if I bring it over here. Okay, that'll work. Get rid of all this garbage. What about if I have this here? Right. There we go. These I can remove. And things slowly get a little bit better. Okay, steel. Steel is real. That was a long time coming. Unfortunately, I guess I could try summoning just straight up iron plates, but I don't think that's going to be worth it. 4-second craft time. Yeah, I would need like twice as many. I don't think it's worth it. All right, storage for steel. Steel plates. Loaders, 15. That's fine. And then we get a red, which means I need advanced circuits. Also gonna have to bring lube up there. but for the throughput, it's worth it. Oh dear. Forgot about this monstrosity that I'm blueprinted. Just to move fluids down the bus. I might as well upgrade all these. It is a little bothersome that I don't have to upgrade them from previous ones, and I don't think that's a mod option either, which is even more upsetting. Hey, loaders. I can turn it on lubricated mode, and that's about it. There is also expensive mode, which makes it take even more to craft. But then you don't need to run lube. But at that point, why even bother? Why bother not using them? Oh, they do prefer. Oh no, the loader recipes might use instead power. Player, yeah, that's not gonna be a per player thing. I think power would be nice, but alas, it is what it is. You get that there. I just have to find how to get lube over there. So first of all, let's go ahead and cut this off, and this will be my personal steel. Gonna rip all these up, reclaim some of my beautiful belts, also get rid of some of the spaghetti. I'll reorganize the bus at some point. Also, one second, I need to finish off my tea. Okay. Right, lube. I should probably do a similar setup for these as well. Would certainly make it easier to copy paste. Or to link the lube up all over the place. It's a little bit of a backlog. Or not a backlog, a buffer. That's the word I'm looking for. And then you... output priority... that... Of course, that's not going to work. There we go. Oh, an input priority, right. Oops. Okay, lube. I don't think that's going to be enough to bridge the distance, unfortunately. That's not... What about one away? That's exactly enough. Oh, of course, but this is also a lopsided build. Okay. Well, while I'm doing this, I might as well do these ones. Which means it's probably not gonna, you know, whatever, it doesn't have to be perfect. Link this up. Perfect. Set this to only copper. Why did I set that to steel? What am I doing? Set that to stone. Did I not set this up right? I didn't set that up right. There we go. Hell, I might as well just not Actually, how are these not keeping up? I guess it's because they only have half a belt each. My throughput is expecting a full. Well, I mean, not that this can actually do a full red. I think the only reason that it's even compacting is because we don't really have anything using it. Anyway. Well, that's going. Fluid memory storage. Teleporting machines. Mining productivity. Lab research speed. Let's get that again. What else? So now that I have steel and I have copper and I have plastic, so that gets us low density structures. Yeah, basically a hop skipping away from low density structures. What else is there? Right, rocket fuel. 300. They basically take the same. Rocket fuel sounds like less of a pain in the ass to set up. Because that's just going to be light fuel and then more light fuel, right? Yeah. I mean, technically solid fuel can be made out of anything besides light oil, but it's most efficient with light oil. So light oil and more light oil. Alright, that's where all my undergrounds disappeared too. Let's go fix that. I don't know what other fluids I'm gonna have on the bus, but I'm sure it'll be useful at some point. Let's see. So I do have my oil thing here. All right. I was trying to set this up for advanced oil processing, only I bungled it up and didn't actually leave enough room for water, which means it's not set up for advanced oil processing. You know, I think there's going to be a benefit to having this just running basic oil, if only so that these things will at least always run. So I will set up another oil. And then we'll get rocket fuel going off of that. Oil refinery. Let's get like, I don't know, 20. What else do we need? What's the limiting factor? Copper and steel. Figures. Well, I don't need this buffer anymore. We'll get a little bit more. Perfect. Now, where to set up this oil? Well, you just keep going down the bus, I guess. All right, chemical science. Oh, can I actually print these now? Hold on, I need to select new contents. Uh-huh. There we go. Probably not gonna have enough stone bricks for it, but I mean, eventually we're gonna be upgrading them anyway to not stone bricks. And then I might as well go get stone bricks now, just to pre-plan it. Well, now that we have the power for it, I might just start getting a whole bunch of things set for refined concrete. Oh, how's our normal concrete doing? 120, you know what? Let's go get our nuclear power little topped up. I figure out how to get inside here. No fuel, as it should be. It's beautiful. Truly a work of art. I mean, I'm not really a fan of how this one's laid out, but you know, it works. And I got my lab's plaque up there, and oh hey, I need to go fix blue and black science. You there? Okay. That works. And that's going to terminate there to shuffle out on the other side, and that'll be good. They will get filtered, won't they? Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize. I didn't realize that's how that was laid out. Why are these not running? Okay, what about if I then shuffle them over to the other side? Ah, we are very stocked up on military science. Well, that's a shame. But I accidentally contaminated the belt. This is why I should probably use pure belts until I start bringing them where they need to go. Well, we'll just unclog this line for a bit. Is it going to be fully unclogged without me having to pick up any more? Nope. I'm sorry, did I still break something? Okay, I think we're good. The blue will keep flowing. We'll keep storing it up. We can always check our backlog here. Watch it slowly creep up. I think we'll go ahead and get some more labs. Yes. More labs, more research. Guess my bots are gonna have a little bit of a hard time keeping up. We'll give them a second. Well, I wonder how much science this is actually going to get us. Wait, why is this not? Ah, okay. Density structures. Look at them go. And of course, now that we have more science speed, just manually fill these in for the ones that I can just fill in without having to worry about anything. Not that these side paths are doing anything at the current point in time. I definitely have enough productivity modules. Yeah. There we go. Now that's some science. How much science are we at? We're gonna get hit 80? 80, 82, 83. We're not gonna hit 90, are we? Ooh. Okay, what about 100? 93. Looks like it's plateauing. 96, 97. 100 science a minute. I'm betting this one. Okay, so I think some of these, I guess it depends on what the required time is. Yeah, 45 seconds, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Okay. I don't like that the time between sciences is different on different sciences. I wish the only factor was, you know, their cost. Their material cost, not how long you have to spend researching each one. So yeah, this isn't 140. If it's not the slowest ones, that's not a real 140 science a minute. Alrighty. Well, let's see. I want to build one of those memory units and efficiency modules. So fluid and storage. Let's see what we can get. You know, they're gonna take a lot of circuits. So let me just, instead of getting those raw materials, one memory, one fluid, and then rocket fuel. Getting to space is definitely gonna be I think a next time thing. Well, hopefully a next time thing. I have the raw research for it. Yeah, we can get the rocket silo. We'll keep chugging through most of these other things though. First, of course, we're not going to be worrying about yellow and purple science for a bit. I definitely would like to get a space platform first. It's been a long time since I've designed my own space platform. When I was playing Space Age initially, I was doing multiplayer with I think at the peak three other people, so 4 people total, and we each had our own designs for space platforms. It was definitely interesting to see. Never mind. We also took different planets. We took charge of different planets. I took charge of Vulcanus, because, you know, the lava sounded fun. And as such, I don't really have a lot of experience figuring out other planets. I, of course, helped out then and there. I was the one hosting, so I was necessarily also the one on the most. And, oh, none of the planets are really bad except Gleba. I will take every opportunity I can to foist Gleba onto someone else. Teleporting machine. I don't know how useful this is going to be in this mod. This is one of the mods from Warp Drive Machine that's kind of nice, but you know, if the factory gets big and sprawling enough, it might be nice to have. Let's see. I probably don't really need to worry about anything else. I do need to start working on these though. These purple things, get through them. So I know the next pack, which I'm probably just gonna deal with summoning, because like handcrafting them, or not handcrafting, but like manually crafting them is a little bit of a pain. Well, maybe not this one in particular. Oh yeah, because we actually can summon the crystals. How you make the first ones is you get these void shards in wood, right? Wood's not that hard. It's a basic material. You can summon it pretty fast and easy. But the void shards, initially, most things have a chance, like a 1% chance to give you a void shard, so it's very slow. Although I have been turning them all into gems for turning it into the special modules this mod uses, and it looks like this thing's been going ham with them. %speed modules. Yeah, they are needed to upgrade these void works. So there is that. But I think it's getting a little late in the evening for me. So I might see about winding down for the evening. You know, maybe raiding out to someone else. We'll have a look-see. I feel confident that we could probably launch a space platform tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get to another planet. Although getting to the first planets, I guess, doesn't really take that big of a space platform. We'll have to automate the structures and whatnot. And let's see, what looks like the space platforms. Yeah, that's just steel and copper, so I'll have a lot of those. Of course, we'll have to automate the rockets, which low density structures I don't think are going to be a problem. Processing units I don't have yet. Okay, that's gonna have to be something I have to worry about. Rocket fuel is gonna be easy. And then at that point, it's just getting, yeah, these, which, I mean, they take a lot of common components. Processing units and electric engines are, I guess, are gonna be the main things. I also might resort to, I can't do a bot mall until I get that research. Okay. Well, once we launch that, I think we'll get that space science pack, right? Oh, it changes foundations to not require a Quilo. Interesting. Oh, they just take landfill and steel plates. Good to know. But yeah, I think once I get the space science packs, then I'm gonna make getting for that logistics system. Yeah, there it is. 500 science packs. Will be the first thing. And then I can start making the fancier chests and get to making a bot ball. I don't think making the first science packs really takes a lot of production. Yeah, it's just ice, carbon, and iron plates. Although I will need to... Right, I will need to automate furnaces. The stone furnaces, or not the stone furnaces, the electric furnaces. So that I actually can start launching them up there to start smelting whatnot and getting solar panels, because that's how we're going to get power up there. Because we don't really need to bother with getting reactors up on our ship when it's going to be just going to Aquilo, or not Aquilo, when it's just going to be going to like Fulgora or Vulcanus. I think Fulgora has less solar power. I don't actually think that's something I can look up before I go there. Fulgora. Oh, hey. Yeah, solar power in atmosphere, 20%. What about in space? Root from... Power in space, 120%. Okay. Whereas Vulcanus, yeah, it's really strong. But also because of the steam, you get to... Yeah, the whole acid neutralization. You don't really need to bother with solar panels. It takes up too much real estate. Pollution factor 0. Yeah. I don't know which planet I want to go for first once we start planning, once we start getting there. Obviously, they've all got good stuff. Maybe getting the electromagnetic planets might be nice. Only for overhauling my module production. Of course, the foundries. I mean, I don't think there's any like bad decisions for which one to go for besides Gleba. I'm trying to remember what else you get besides stack inserters from Gleba. Missile launchers and exclusive recipes. Huh. Hey, you get carbon fiber from Gleba. Why is that not listed here? Carbon fiber. Yeah, because you think Yumako Mash. That's weird that that's not listed there. Okay, well, I think what we'll do to end off the evening is, let's see. I know Ripple's doing some Project Zomboid. I might go say hello to him to end the evening. It's been a little while since we've dropped in on Ripwell. And Project Zomboid, that's always the time. I do wish it would have its update, but you know, Project Zomboid's very slow to get its multiplayer updates. Anyway, now we'll go right out and say hello to Ripwell, another fellow VTuber, and thank you for joining me this evening, everyone. We'll of course be back to our VoidBlock for Factorio Friday, and who knows, maybe a random game for Saturday. We'll figure it out when we get there. But I hope you enjoy the rest of your week. Have a good Friday and hopefully have a good weekend if I don't see you again. And yeah, we'll be doing RimWorld on Monday if might be something you all are interested in. But I'll catch you all then. So let's go say hello to Ripple, and I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody.